Hello, give me a minute. Hold on a sec. I'm just hold on a minute. Oh shoot, hold on. Right, I forgot the audio. There we are. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Got it. All right. Let me just take a listen here. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Let me just see. Okay, there we go. All right. So, I finally got time to stream. I haven't been able to stream all week. I've been freaking busy. Now I finally got some time. Finally. Give me a minute here. There we go. And by the way, the collab is here finally, right? Finally, we got the collab going. So, first things first. Here. I got 130 something pulls, so let's see what we got. Characters or the egos. Let's see if we can get them. Okay, so we got Honglu, that is great. Honglu's first. That is a good sign. Okay, that is a good sign. Now, we will go for more. Oh. Okay, this one's just a gold. That's Marisolds. Okay. No Gregor, I just need like one of those two, and then we're just and then we're pretty much like good. Oh, that's gold. What do we get? Okay. Okay, that's 90 in. We're in for... This is the 100th. Okay, this is gold again. It's an ego, I think. No, oh, okay. Yep. Come on, come on. Okay, just pull it. Okay, we're at 120, 130. just need Faust and Gregor. Man, we're not getting anyone. Hold on, let me use up these. One sec. I'm just gonna use a beast. Oh, gold. And the best part is that once we get them, they're no longer in the pool. So once we get these egos, they're no longer in the pool. Come on. Damn, nothing. Okay. Come on. Man. Come on. Oh man, I'm running out of pulls. I only have 30 left. Or, yeah, I only got like a few left, so. No blues. Damn, man. Okay, that's another off banner. Man, I'm like not getting any blues, huh? Yeah, no blues. What is going on? Holy shit. Okay, this is my last one. Oh wait, no, this is my last one. Okay. This is my last one. Okay. Yeah, still nothing. Yo, no blues. How can there be no blues? Yo, how could there be no blues? Yo, I only got 2 of them? That's 230 pulls. Holy crap. Yeah, hold on, wait, just to make sure I am using it. Yeah, I'm using the right one. Okay. Man, that's wild. 230 pulls and only got 1 blue, and I had to pity this one. Jeez. What's the race for this anyway? 300 of the, ooh, 300 starlights, nice. Hold on, yeah, what's the rates for these probabilities? The odds are 0.2167 for the rate ups. And I got more IDs than egos, and in fact I didn't get any other egos. Oh, I got more IDs than the egos themselves. That's wild. Okay, even with the rate up, that's insane, man. Holy shit. Now maybe I can still get Gregor if I get the if I get this stuff. So yeah, if I don't get Gregor, then that means that I'm gonna have like, that's wild, man. This is like 40 bucks. I'm not buying that, dude. That's 40 bucks. How much is this? Oh, for one 10 pull, nah, that doesn't seem worth it. No. Yeah, Canadian prices are pretty insane. I don't want to buy any of this stuff. It's $33 plus tax. Yeah, 25,000. Yeah, 2,500 is 2,500 is where is it? Yeah, it would be. I would need to buy the 33.99 one. Plus, oh wait, plus the I guess $4.99 one. Yeah, it'd be like $33.99 plus the $4.99. So then yeah, that would be like almost 40 bucks. I don't want to pick that up. So yeah. Oh, at least I got 2 of them, so I guess, oh well. I'm not gonna be able to get Gregors, that's unfortunate. Yeah, okay, so funny thing is that I actually have almost all of these. I have almost all of these egos. So there's no chance of me getting any of those egos. So let's see. I don't have these though. What does Gregor's one do? Offense level up. Okay. I'm kinda sad that I'm not gonna have this one, but oh well, I guess. I do have Faust and Hong Lu, so that's what I really like. Yep, we got this one. Want a threat spin, but I don't have the stuff. And I got Hong Lu's. Let's see what this one does. Whoops. Okay, oh, okay, mostly just poise. Oh, thunder, ooh. Oh, and sinking, okay. With one sinking. Alright. God, I'm so sad I'm not gonna get Milnars, but oh well. That's 230 all gone. 230 pulls total all gone. But oh well, oh well. 3, I guess I'm gonna get like 3 out of 4. That's not too bad, I guess. Okay, let me see what we got here. Stages, event bonus, ooh. This one's just a white thing. Okay, that's whatever. Okay, let me see here. Ooh. Oh, I can't deploy. Oh. Why can't I deploy the? Okay. So, let me just make a custom team then. Let me do. a sec. It won't let me customize. Okay, so we're gonna bring. I guess I can bring my. This is my rupture team. Oh yeah, I don't have him built yet. Get up to 40. Let's bring in, I guess. I guess I could bring my poise team. Okay, so my poise team will be, or actually no. I'll bring in my sinking team, yeah. Or, actually no, we'll bring in my rupture team. And instead of this for now, we're just gonna bring in you for now. But you, we'll give you the ego. Give you this, there we go. Okay, and that's good enough. Edit, let me give... Oh, you know what? Hold on. How many shards do I have now? Let me see here. How many shards? For you, 253, and you is 216. Oh my god, okay, here. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of shards. Wow! No, okay, the amount of times that I've rolled and Ishmael is the only one that's not in the triple digits. Yo, that's insane. Okay. Alright, that's not a big deal. Okay, let's get started. Do I want to bring Blood Fiend, Rager? Yeah, sure. This is good enough. Okay.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
I was exploring a Lobotomy Corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition itself, a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Sade told us that Hongwan's Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue, it was fathomlessly blue and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us in itself, just as I was about to recall this abnormality. A myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. Let me just move my mouse. There you go. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite an unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Oh, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by by more unfamiliarities. Hold on. There was that stranger from earlier sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out what in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog in my mind immediately cleared up as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. By the way, Amiya can understand what Dante's saying. So this clockhead does come in handy. A manager bud, Dante. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Honglu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and phew, I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though I guess not having any way to drink water is finally come in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Hey, this is an FA. I'm not playing Fire Emblem, I'm playing Limbus Company. Is that game even out? Is that game even out yet? I thought they just announced it. That's a wallet. My wallet, empty. Dude, to get the announcer, to get the Amiya announcer, to get Amiya, I have to freaking spend 40 bucks. Dude, that's so, dude, $40 in Canadian currency. Dude, that is too much for me to do. That is like way too much for me to spend on a game. Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe he's not actually in that much danger. So what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that Laboratory Corp branch Ichun told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some dish, we were all fine without scratch, though there was quite the mess when we realized that you had gone missing. Also, I pulled on the banner and I got like 2 of the egos out of 30. Dude, I put 230 pulls and oh my god, dude, egos were not dropping. I only got 1 ego out of all my pulls, and that was the one limited ego. Dude, like I only got like 1 ego out of all of that. Like I know that once you get an ego from the banners, you will no longer get egos from those banners. They'll be like permanently off the banner list once you get them. But still, dude, holy shit, man. Dude, like all those like I only needed like one more of those egos, dude. I'm so sad I couldn't get all 3 of them. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we are. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake. Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. He did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared ladies there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who refer to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra, Iberia. As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Oh, really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet. It's just a lot to take in. It's understandable you did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is actually. Would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organization in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained, at least not with a name like the head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore. It'd be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts, or the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've finally found ourselves in a completely different world. If your conjecture is correct, we're in a way bigger trouble than I thought. I like how Dante hasn't, like, figured out that Amiya can understand what the hell he's saying. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via the door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so it seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anywhere? Anyway, a bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, and I never thought about how difficult it would be to search someone when we're like fish out of water too. Man, barely got a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just you two out here for now. No, Ishmael and Yi-Sung are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other teams didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have a way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about the village you mentioned earlier? Right, you've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. We've closed our borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Kaltz's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with neuropathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? That you came all the way here on your own? We were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there. As we stood about confused, Amiya noticed something pointed toward the seashore, hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. Where we stopped to, huh? There we saw someone wielding a lengthy sword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move, you're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yi-Sung, Ishmael, Dante, you're unarmed. And here I was getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief, we were all really worried. that we might never be able to find you. Managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion and can wait until we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborns Dr. Kaltset mentioned? They're sea terrors to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turned to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smelled the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as though the sea itself, is encroaching on land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood. As Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about the monsters standing in whales. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know, the Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I can make with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. Armies on the horizon, we should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them though. So let's take them out. Alright. Okay, so let's see. Should I like try out the Fire Emblem game? Should I like try it out? I guess I can try it out tomorrow, then I can do the next part of the Online 2 event next week. I mean, like, it'll give me more stuff to do. I'm like running out of stuff to like. I'm running out of games to freaking play, dude.
목을 떨구나. 넌 풀음을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。仮に
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
サンタさんの
몸소 보여주지.
とても効果的でした。
고작 이 정도 넌 풀음을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
敵は深手を負っています。
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리자.
이 정도 탐내었더라. 넌 풀음을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
허술하긴. 무상한 목숨. 불끈에 지원할 뿐.
効果的な攻撃でした。エリー
God
トオペ
damn,
レー
man,
タ
they
ー
just
の
keep
匂い
showing
で
up.
す。
기분은 좋았어요.
목을 떨궈주마.
기분은 좋았어요.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Yeah, just one more, just do this.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
There we go.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, dude, I just noticed that I just heard the mission accomplished fucking announcer from Arknights in this. Our remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. You didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us a whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from the distance. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I looked at the source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And ahead of a clock, I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? Oh, they only realized. What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Huh? Yeah, it completely flew over my head. I didn't even question how weird this is. The voice sounded like a ticking clock to me too, but I know it's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kind of like how Virtualist can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true, it's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two, also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long, perhaps embarking on it ere this sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea, it's not like we have a clock with us. I do know it's not very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? Monsters are called seaborns or sea terrors, yes? Well, it's true that they posed quite difficulties. They were hardly the kind of monsters with strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. God, dude, it's so weird seeing characters from Arknights in a different game. Alright, let's see.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
This hardly looks like a village, it's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? Doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeeps to the place, not in a while at least. They're really here living together. Strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long silent abandonment. I don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation. Fix it up better than this at least. So where are the sinners? There's a clearing down there where we were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships narrowing winds against her sails. Oh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed her command most resonant. Say no more. That's Dawn. I didn't even have to try to search for them, that unmistakable, sonorous, and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an anchor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers ye dogs, carsmen, still, 'tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Stop, hold on, just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael unhand my mouth, for I was about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the great Manager Esquire. Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What, they found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head. When I saw a child, I heard a story about legendary Sarkass with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there's no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager. The rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rose Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a while. With us. We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rose Island are investigating, has something to do with you suddenly woke up here in Iberia, as Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, it is quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. To be more precise by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Aldous. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do after all we went through to get here? Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be scriptures or lamps. Let's try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons, less STNC than PTSD. You can't do that, Ryoshi. We can't pillage their stored rich deposits. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we are to decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. Ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're Fixers of Justice. Yeah, that Fixers of Justice. Oi, do you know when to keep it down? Fixers. That over there, it's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief. This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious, I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchange via some method compared to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhere old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy sufficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint. You must be the village chieftain. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised to ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turn around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispered in a low voice, "A connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at suboptimal level, Dante, so it's still connected, at least." Indeed, it is, however, even the exchanges of simple information are taking up dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathways is the most feasible solution, and from that you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea. Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. And we conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Well, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of repair have already been completed by the locals. It should take us more than a day or two to get his core parts shipshape again, executive manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy. Looking for you this whole time, we took turns helping with the repairs and resting. But I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map that they drew us. Oh, also Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack of collect water. Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. Must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Aldous' efforts at repairing your ship. Yet the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. And you concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself among the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay tonight? We do have a place to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager of our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the 4 who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader of a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something materialistic when you're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems up by her right wrist and nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please do let me know you find yourselves without food. Our food supply might be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help repair the vessel. Oh yeah, better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe. Hey Chief, what is it? Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The Chiefs respond to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile after leaving some firewood for the night he left. I'm going, can't learn much more from here. I'm going somewhere at this hour. Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village, something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No. Dante, Scotty just spoken in Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in for them comprehend the meaning. Pure coincidence. Anyway, I have something to look into, something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rose Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night out of our sights. I'm kind of worried. She's not the best with people, but she's pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we can probably just pick up an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. All right. Let's see. Ooh. Oh wow. Okay, we got 80 from that one. Oh wait, there's hard? Oh wait, I'm doing hard stages. Okay. Okay, I'm doing hard stages immediately. That's interesting. I didn't realize I was doing hard stages already. Terra. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 of us or so of us. Okay, so now we're ready with the curtains on the windows removed. The smoke has an exit. Oh, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. She has to sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone, bequeathed upon me thine ingredients, the young Rodion. For I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixture soup. Making soup with cookies and jelly? No, you are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. As many of our fellows Viscera are off racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of our making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember we agreed to leave cooking to Mare or Alti if we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp? They were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, I remember that now. Well, does that mean we'll get to try out this cooking once again? Denied, we still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic. Given the circumstances, it can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Anya? She shook her head concerned. They might have lost their comms device, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. Dr. calls it. They're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are by their nature organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations as opposed to pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicit this blurred distinction? I wanted to know too, how come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island helping people? Something about what Honglu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's phantoms. Pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you, it spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called erypathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand dotted with what appeared to be obsidian crystallization. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's terrible. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. I tell what could possibly be worse than an incurable deadly disease. While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. This song began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined to places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this erypathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal grows on their bodies, decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. And barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. And Rose Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for ripathy, but I think what really matters is what we changed, is that we changed the circumstances for the better of the infected. It's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. This is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Ami. I really do. Wait, what did you not say? For truth. The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world do you come from? The city. What kind of place is the city, anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seem to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good works out there. It's a shithole. It's a shithole, yeah. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence, therefore it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though I mean it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. I did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so does fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and a sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! And from behind a wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Eris, thy foot, you gotta apologize first. Last seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Two? Pray tell to what? Forget the apology, I just want to know what happens next. The fixer just rose up to do what? Oh! Hast thou come to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late? An hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales. In fact, prithee, seat thyself there. You ungovernable fool, calm down. You don't even know who she is. Don't you forget to share those fixtures' tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makes a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps. Oh, that nice guy? So he had a granddaughter. Yet I've not seen you once, Miss Mayers under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dry of any young blood. Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayers out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to our saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust your lives. Though I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Hey, how didst thou hear us via listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayers tapped aside of the wall, the part that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. That soundproofing, I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Barely, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so care to regale me with the tales of fixers who bring justice to evils of the city. Indubitably, then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the Magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath. I suppose that killed any hope of a good night's kip. But you don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things get? What, do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or some? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Ursel had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine. While Faust laid calm to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent an entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Y Association first section, she's still going on. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh, I guess it's okay since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continue to watch the pair with mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. The city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers, justice, and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people, but she's telling us with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all of those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in just a world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there will come a day when Rose Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just saw Miss Maris and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked in the direction as well, but all I saw was Maris excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Oh, what happened then? Thus speak Lady Altis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I Altis shall educate ye on a manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongguan, and Altis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations to the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Barely, certain aspects of the retelling may have been exaggerated. As tales of adventures for you, things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically, and as is, right? You know, nothing, and even anything resembling a proper record, a book remained once. The profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kind of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through large cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel and the Hammer we saw back at the Cowl aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Costa, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell to chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities and lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Be an organization that worships those monsters. It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems to be remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier, I guess they are kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people, too, in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days, but the Gramps, they were just oppressors, making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yeah, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is... Oh, hold on a sec. I gotta change my earbuds. One sec. There we go. I'm using these Bluetooth earbuds that I have connected to my computer. I switched like one out and then put one back into its case to charge. So that they don't both run out of battery at the same time. So anyway, where were we? Oh, yep. They're not bad actually. These ones went on sale on Amazon for like 80% off. Before, the price of buying this was like $129, but then it dropped to like $59. So I think it was a pretty good steal, so I picked it up, and it's been pretty good so far. Yeah, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. And after seeing Mayor's to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on a hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world as neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seems that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Eh. $80, sweet. Okay. Okay, let me see here. Ooh. Okay, let me like bring this back to this. Just leave it there, and then we could just do this.
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 유능한 인재는 흔치 않죠.
This.
이제야 부르나.
This.
명을 받듭니다.
잠깐.
Okay.
이번 임무는 내가 나갈게.
의를 백수 원하신다.
Okay, I'm gonna be back. I'm just gonna grab a drink real quick. Okay, I'm back. Actually, hold on. Before I continue, let me just like check something real quick. Let me check. I want to check someplace real quick. Hold on a minute. Let me find. Uh. Hmm. Give me a sec. I'm just like checking something real quick. Wait a second. I'm looking through the Play Store. Oh, there it is. I found it. I think it's this one, right? There it is. Dude, dude, I searched it up and this thing didn't show up until I put that in shadows. Holy crap, why was it so obscured? Interesting. This looks interesting. It was like so obscured, man. Like, look at that. Like, look. When I put in like Fire Emblem, it doesn't. It like you have to like screw this. Like this one, like this thing mostly like shows up, and then you have to like go down here. Fire Emblem Shadows. Yeah. Okay, so. Dude, it doesn't have it doesn't even have many freaking it doesn't even have many downloads now, 50K, and it just trusts no one. Yo. Oh shit, okay. So I can customize them. I don't think you could customize characters in the last game. It's only 2 days old. I don't know if you could customize people in this one. I can't remember. I played it like so long ago. I don't think you can, right? Yeah, it was like these sprites, right? And it's like, yeah, it's like these like sprites, these pixel sprites here. Drop no unexpected. Oh wait, no, I think no, you can't customize them. I think I remember, yeah, I think you could like put in weapons and stuff on them. This one's like so different. Like, look at that. They went with like a 3D chibi type deal instead of a 2D, which is interesting. I like the 2D art style though. The 2D art style was nice. I guess they're trying it. I guess they're trying it with these 3D ones. It looks pretty good though. Looks pretty good. They don't look too bad, but I'm probably gonna like play this like only once and then like drop it when the other gacha games release in October. October is gonna be such a busy time for gacha games, I swear, dude. Not to mention, I got like Enfield is dropping sometime next year. Same with Ananta, and Ananta no longer has gacha mechanics, by the way. So that's gonna be a thing. There's no gacha banners. Banners are mostly gonna be cosmetics, I hear. So all right, let's go back. There we go. Okay. Yep. Anyway, where were we?
뜀박질 시간.
It's so big. Amazing, I didn't know there were remaining missiles of this class in Iberia. Yo, isn't that the fucking ship that was in that one event? Isn't that the exact same ship like that one event? When we fucking with what do you call with Spectre Alter, right? Isn't it that freaking ship? Isn't that the same goddamn ship? ISP, her name here, it is called by the name Rebellion de las Masas, could be. It looks like the same freaking ship, or it could be a similar ship to it, who knows. But it did sink, yeah. Yeah, it did sink. So maybe this is just a similar ship, huh? Rebellion de las Masas, Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in particularity indeed. Anglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, of course. Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that the size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder Skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere about Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed up in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs have already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers cannot repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Aldous' confident declaration, I cannot help but feel oddly unsettled as I look at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience of the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. You seem confident enough, it should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat, right? Dante, I don't think it'll sink. It'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Or are you two just going to faff about down here? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? It sure is shiny as heck in here, but sure it's shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. AS. Aesthetically satisfying, she says, but too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet that's a bot. There's a bot in the chat. Luigi, do something about it. Our young, yeah, good job, good job. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on board this vessel, most lavishly decorated. Give me a second. As Faust and Aldous were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel source, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those though. Look, coordinates updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet. Nope, no islet there. Blimey, lads, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Airs. What? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. Gramps' home. I see, understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair this ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translated. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute sequence of logical connections, that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend. To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lord of Baton, I implore you, I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Martinez would start gabbing like that again, so what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seems to suggest their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed up when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers were armed, yes, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given this whoops. I skipped over, what did he say? Given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit her hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them they're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck of the woods or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plant too. Oh, what's wrong? It's while the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait, oh, you saw it. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? That top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back to Heathcliff's intuition, always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oh, get back here. Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Aldous looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayors. Honestly, I'm surprised he was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village at this rate. We won't last another year. But Aegir will, I'm sure, they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike Mayors or Chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no reason other than we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I'd initially thought it to be a reference to a region, and it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Maybe they used to be some rich folk. If they call themselves nest tops Aegir here, then does that make the rabbit ear last Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That's not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life form in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my caudus ears. I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish his sentence. Marisol stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends, similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. This of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that make its coexistence with humans difficult, and maybe that Aegirs are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that makes coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's, well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the less city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. Form differs, yet in this essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship this way. Ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue. Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be Sea Terror Horde. Ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're seeing monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please orders to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the Sea Terrorists you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Can't stop fight, young mares. I feel like I'm just going to get in your way. Then guys, find a place to keep mares as far as possible from the battles. Let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Let me see here. Ooh.
느껴졌어? 내가 너희를 위해서 주문을 외웠는데. 잘 걸린 것 같아.
12수에게
자, 싸워보는 거야.
이 앞에 소진지 누구 하나 살려. 혈염도 바로.
제어 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 자극적인 피해를 입는 것 같아. 개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자. 알겠지만! 개체의 큰 피해를 것 같아.
지금은 좋았어.
기후팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
헤어내리.
토끼를 붙인 넌 푸름을 틔우시오.
대체에게 치명적인 손상을
도려내라.
주는데 성공했습니다.
깨우치시.
앞으로의 전투도
묘리야.
이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
넌 틔울 수도 없겠고.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
실력 있는
끝내지.
해결사가 도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
지금은 좋았어.
재정 여유는 없군.
Alright, let's see.
사실은 그렇게
Okay, there's like 10
대단한
more of these
일은
guys. Oh! It's these guys!
혹시 칭찬을 받았다면
These runners! I remember them. Oh no! Oh wait, are we going to fight those guys that can dodge attacks? That's going to be a pain to deal with.
시간 끌 것
I swear to God, if
없이
they actually do dodge,
모조리
if
치워버려.
those guys actually do dodge attacks, I'm gonna freaking flip my shit.
효력사.
계속 하면 되겠네.
숨통 끊기.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있군요. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
해냈구나.
저는 언제나 옳은
나랑
말만
재밌을
한답니다.
거야.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
조금만
Alright.
더 힘내자. 이제 정말
불가 위야
개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
막아내지 못한
I think this is the last batch, so we'll probably be able to kill them
방금
also.
멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
끝내지.
이제 깨우치시게. 이제 깨우치시게.
There you go.
이제야 회사가
야.
정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야.
너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트, 너도.
언젠가 우리도 모든 게 끝날 때가 오면 좋겠네.
그때가 되면 휴식을 기다리며 고향의 노래를 부르고 있겠지.
또
There we
한
go.
줄 길을 남겼군.
Ooh, level up, nice.
핏물진 길일
Okay, let me see
뿐이지만
here. Reward exchange. I have
세월이 지나면
252.
홍은
get all this
그제야
stuff.
알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무얼 바꾸었는지를.
Let me quickly. How much? Can I get all this stuff? No, I can only get this much. Okay.
백대에서 내려 전장으로.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
시비수에게 명한다. 이안 수자 누구 혈염도 바로.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
죄송해요. 잠시 어지러워서 못 봤어요. 뭐 이거 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것보다. 어머, 놀랐어?
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
나랑 그랬을 거야. 대체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아?
길을 열어라.
이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
비효율적인 공격이었습니다. 보아하니 개체에 관한 기록을 제대로 펼쳐보지도 않은 직원이 있는 듯하군요.
Oh, that's fucking flower.
검을 걸어.
적에게
Let's leave
치명상을
that up here.
입혔군요.
That's fun.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다
God,
대단한
dude,
능력을
he's
가지고
he
있어.
is exactly as
제가 늘
tall as the
말씀드렸죠.
fucking guy.
저는 언제나 옳은 말만
이
한답니다.
거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금
Look at this
알겠지만.
help, man.
와, 방금 너무 근사한 이격이었는데? 관리자님에게 우수한 평가를 받을 수 있겠어.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
God, dude,
직전의
yeah,
공격처럼
this guy,
개체에게
he's
치명적인
exactly
일격을
as tanky
가해봅시다.
as he is in Arknights. Jesus, okay. He's fun.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이
인생지성
저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을
저런
뒤흔들었어.
실력 있는 해결사가
이대로면
도시에
승리도
많아져야 할
시간
텐데
문제겠지?
말이야. 더 노력해야겠네요.
토끼. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 토끼를 본다. 효력사. 좋아.
가치 없고
방금 공격은
묘히
좋았어.
넌
이대로만
놈을
계속해보면
키우지도
좋을 텐데.
못해. 물러나라.
다음에
네
다른
목숨은
개체 얘기도
아직
다시
따로 쓸
해봐줄래?
곳이 있다.
영상으로
적을
남기면
물어뜯고
다른
너의
직원에게도
쓸모를
도움이 될지도
보여라.
몰라.
헤어내리. 불쌍하게 울고 주니까 아직 죽지 마라.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 정도 탕후의 허덕이나.
뭐야 이 수치는? 아까 어떤 직원이 제 앞 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야. 잠깐! 진짜? 왜 부서 팀장을 안 달아줬지?
헤어내리.
지 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Jesus, okay.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야. 너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트, 너도. 언젠가 우리도 모든 게 끝날 때가.
Now the remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everybody okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors had surrounded the ship, returned to sea, and even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to just be running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? How is the ship okay? Minor damage is to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. So I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle those monsters were starting to go after the manager. Probably right, actually. I noticed too at some point during our battle those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question in it. They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves into other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is idolatry, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of the whales. And can we adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Yeah, but going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayor's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One to communicate with humans, the other to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Alice's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught onto the hint of joining her voice. Pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, ain't it obvious we've got the culprit right here, the storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Yet I have not gone that far. You didn't get so lost in your own story that you blabbed all her company's secrets, have you? Nay, Fia was simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amia stared out toward the sea, wary the sea terrorists might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learn human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear of for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you by chance worship Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Ms. Maris, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools. Far from the village, repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done. Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Do you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. As soon. As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door source. I could see the dimensional door's light from that beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the village. Yeah, back to the village for now.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍어는 그제야 알게
The
되겠지.
Inquisitor. Oh, dude, are we going to meet the
이
Inquisitor?
홍류가
Are we going to meet a Inquisitor? If we are, I wonder who. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Oh, wait, it's... Oh! Dude, it's Irene, okay. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. In the game, right? Didn't Irene leave the Inquisition? Didn't she leave the Inquisition? I can't remember if she left the Inquisition. And then joined up with Rose Island, I think it was. Or was it to help Lumen? I can't remember what it was. So the Inquisition has discovered a village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of Inquisition's gaze, citizens? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charge of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition authority, evaded the gates of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling me the truth, which is not an option for you, Fabius. Maris, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share Finby's jerky to villages, or carry Aegirians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Maris, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kaltz told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. I'll just quietly drag me to the side, whispered outside Maris' earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up, though. Except manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seemed quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to be to involve ourselves, our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that even if it is standard procedure. Even if they're working within the law, it's not. You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? Hey Dom, what's up? The madman did it. What is it, Dom? What is it? What happened? You know, the M-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone has stepped in then. I know what you went through, but I'll still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail the ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn the controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Aldous. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisition directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, them being the Inquisitor and the Chief. Oh. Where I'm... What are you talking about? I don't know what you're on about. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Hong Lu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. Agree with them both. First, let's at least see what that Inquisitor has to say. Are rabbits right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right, there's no way Ryosha would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots, is because the other options are pointless. The Inquisitor's seen us, we're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. I'm pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her an excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head, are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a cloak for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? TikTok, what? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about the villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rose Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's close border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Also, not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. We had to because the issue demands urgency, and I've been briefed brazenly across the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rose Island issue. Stay put and wait the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know that your treatment may have depend on her negotiation skills? As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation, and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane that this decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Boy, I think I've heard enough from you. Isn't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? Now you roll up in here only to go they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this, not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Last, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair, please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Hong Lu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me. I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. But he suggests then we're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor, what do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck, then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promised them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be after proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encore we saw back at Cowl. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to instruct me then. Doesn't stand up with showing off no signs of ending. It's Mayers. Can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisitors say. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of that grandfather and the villagers? It's alright, I'm sure this happened only because the Inquisitor just doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Aldous was but a single constant. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Okay. Let's see here.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the Seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, profound silence. The profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. Silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word. In fact, no one could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. But just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should have privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church's Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be a jeer from the sea, delude the citizens of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in their lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but She's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified. No, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. That Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there is a sliver of chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease, thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way outside of final warning. Run! Click on the uptake. As always, Rodius slung mares over his shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the cinders scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. Oh, dude, am I going to fight her, bro? Am I going to fight Irene? That's gonna be great. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed towards the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote, thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. That moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster. Yo! Let's go. Oh, it's finally here. A large obsidian crystallization in shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcit. You know her. Yeah, she's Dr. Calcit, Rose Island Medical Department. Dr. Calcit behind you. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rose Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. Inquisitor fired a blast on that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. It penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is. What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around and press. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. You're not in the city, don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That's enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on the taboo, the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so this situation's gone slightly better, right? She's Ami's friend, she's our ally, besides she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that my closest label would be that I'm Inquisitor Irene's ally, Dr. Calcit. We are outsiders. As much as you would like to deny the Inquisitor's suspicions are true, while it can be said that process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is without a doubt correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep. That's one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep, they are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is the dilapidated church of their congregation. A village, a church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Ami's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused's defense into question. Yet I can hardly believe that young Mares is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with the Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them from the whole time? I see you really are all entirely in the dark. I suspect that outcome given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is unchanging without the acceptance from the errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon I'm sorry, it seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Say no such thing, we shall not abide by one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has brought in allies. It seems quite unlikely that war shall resolve this conflict. We promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. I immediately knew what Costa was about to say. Take responsibility. You don't have to go that. Like, dude, did he stab Sinclair? I mean, we are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop. The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in the denial of the rising dread. Ambush did not end there. Bro! Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed under their clothes. It seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left. Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger, flying my face. Another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villagers back made a visceral crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation, this fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Ami and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had the silver lining that in that the Inquisitor and Kaltzit's quick understanding of the situation and subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. Another thing to say, why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you, we are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea until we were obstructed. I apologize for an unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Viren soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know? We can shake off a stab wound like... This is the most unfortunate outsider. Oh, what? Your friends are either going to die or turn seaborne. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with flesh of the sea terrors. Once that happens, most die and survivors become overrun by themselves, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like it was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning back the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed to seaborns. The golden bow helped deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And probably preferably at least pretty painful way. Oh, sorry, was that kind of too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How to explain this, guys? Can you? Dante, I know what you mean, but I can't right now. Our strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you I'm not just giving up on them, but I mean, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all their friends before they transform into seaborn. Okay. Dude, Scotty does not hesitate. Before we knew it, Scotty had already decapitated all the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let it spook you, this is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated head streaks towards the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, remaining in isolation. And this reminding us going back in time, or are we defining the concept itself? The pain is multifold, worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep crushing isolation. The wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling, I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know what they were thinking, but they're back. Hey, there we go. They look good now. But we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. Unfortunately, I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. All right, let's see. Oh, okay.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓이게
Okay, it's a
되었어요.
focus encounter. Cool.
관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
Oh wait, did I get them all? Oh, no, I missed this one. Yeah, okay, got them all. Go.
펼치고 시비수에게 명품을 걸어.
Gotcha.
이야 숨쉬는 자 누구
You should be able to take these guys, no problem.
토끼를
올바른 방법으로 개체에게
도려내라.
일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게
길을
느껴지지
열어.
않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
개체에게 치명적인
We're
손상을
just like
입히는 데
straight up killing these
성공했습니다.
guys. Let's go.
앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
숨통 끊기.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야.
All right, let's see. Oh.
디페리트. 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
Okay. Well, we're just gonna do this then.
헤어내리.
넌 품을 틔울
제법 좋은 일격이. 저런 실력 있는 해결사가 도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
저도 더 노력해야겠네요.
Yo, no. Okay.
개체에게
Alright,
일격을
let me see
가하는데
here.
성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
무릎을 걸어.
이제 깨우치시게.
한 사람의 명이 필요한 건데. 사실 직원을 더 늘리는
목을 떨궈주마.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
흑수묘 뒷박질 중.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 기후팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
투성이네.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
고작 이 정도 탕미에 허덕이나.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원했군.
해냈구나! 나라도 그랬을 거야.
틈틈.
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만요.
불가미야.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
끝내지.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야.
너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트, 너도.
언젠가 우리도 모든 게 끝날 때가 오면 좋겠네.
그때가 되면 휴식을 기다리며 고향에
Wait, I think they're heading to. He's running himself into a dead end, already seeking refuge at sea. Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel, Massas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how? It's obvious the whole village is in on it. It ain't surprised that they'd send someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get the ship flown even if it's in a broken state. Vessel, Massas. Vessel Rebellion de las Massas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. That Fabius, the villager, and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? Exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase after it? What if we built a raft and rowed after them? Mate, come on. Seas full of sea terrors, it won't get very far before it sinks. Give me a sec, hold on. Alright. Do you see something on me? Yeah, you keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Massa soon disappeared into the mist and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only Mare's. Aww. Mare's been left behind. Aww.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나.
Maybe can we just take any ship and go after him? It's a research vessel, it can't possibly be very fast. It'll be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be a feasible option. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Grand Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another way. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true yet. Once we saw that Maris was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eye shot. Now, we couldn't possibly blame her for what happened given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with the sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. It seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Aro Muerto, that lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline, it's not connected to the land. I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wood and materials from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust the Aegir. I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rose Island operator? If you're talking about the Goddess, nothing particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust, nor that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history or feelings for or against the Aegirs. Such must be the same for outsiders. What's she on about? She is conveying that in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel, Fabius, the commandeer, will be the benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from Iberia, from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. Are you going to just hand over that to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state of the art masterpiece known as the Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayers. We are in luck, executive manager. It is quite fortunate our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers that we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city, it would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayers. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an operable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology based on it is completely divorced from the popular application of Originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then you need to worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses, even among those in the cities, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on a simpler task. I've learned a few things. A thing or two helping out Gramps, stuff about the lighthouses, or various tech stuff. Well, then we should all head to the lighthouse together. You know, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. But after all of that, you're just going off on your own. Yes, to join the Doctor, it is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approach it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this, are there any limitations to the revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. We'll need to change the plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission vessel Masa's retrieval. Righto, step 1 of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done, let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Once you ask, just look at how protective and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Aldous, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first steps of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Good old Scotty, right? Alright, give me a sec. I'm getting... Oh! It's your Nightmare official launch on the 22nd. What's this? Oh, okay, that's nothing. I keep getting like pinged on Twitter from random users. Don't know why Twitter started doing that. Started pushing. Oh my god, it's these guys. Look at that. It's this guy. Let's go. We haven't encountered one of those guys that can like dodge. I really don't know if they added that today. Who knows? Let's see here. All right. Oh, you know what? Let me do... Hold on a sec. Let me go here real quick. I'm just gonna take these stuff. There you go. I'm just gonna take that right now, and then I'm gonna go here. Right? Oops. I gotta go here. I just want to really build this one. Oh my god, it's 100? Oh. Oh, okay. Was it always 100? Jeez, man, I can't remember if that was. Wow. Okay, let's see. Wow, look at that. Jeez, man, that is so pricey. Oh, wait. Wait, why did it go here? Hold on. Oops. We'll go here. There we go. I love evil cost. I imagine it was wow, dude. If it was a wow, it's gonna need like 150, bro. And that, dude, that's not even, dude. That's not it, dude. That's only a heat, right? Huh? Dude, like a wow costs like a 150, right? I can't remember. Is it? Yeah, it's 150. Yeah. Ah, dude, it's 150. Dude, imagine an A-Lib. An A-Lib's gonna need 100, bro. It's going to need a it's gonna need 200 200 freaking cost, bro. That's gonna be insane. 200 cost, Jesus Christ, man. So wait, am I just like completely out of? Oh no, I took out something fast. Okay, sweet. Farewell, by the way. I don't have it. I did a 230. I didn't get it, dude. I got so many off banners. Yeah, I claimed this one. I couldn't get this one. I put 230, didn't get it. I got on this one though. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. I don't think I'm able to get it. That's unfortunate. I think I'm just like better off on like saving. I think I'm just like better off on saving for a purchase in a couple months. But yeah. Hey, what's what you do? So I know, right? I probably like used up all my luck in reverse 1999. I got the banner character on the first 10 pull. So I think I might have like used up all my luck on that one. Kind of sad that I'm gonna miss out on this one though. That's sad. This is never coming back too, I don't think. So yeah, I'm pretty much like, well, I'm better off saving, I guess, for we'll purchase in a couple months. When is we'll purchase? In 2 months? I think I could save up enough for 2 months, I think. Let's see. I gotta save up for this, so probably be good to do that. Let's see here.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia, even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, do you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve the lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We're literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged, however. From what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Yi Sung suggested with smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then says something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred, even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here to protect the ship. Are you sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will form the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. But then let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any of the sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of the L Corp branch back at U Corp. Though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so guys, can you pry open this door? Oh, I move over, I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left hand. We'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap it into wilder form to get this open. Well, what now? The strange flesh tissue growing in the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it grows too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration, it's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of time to time. It's not that horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I'm not permitted to see. A faint noise whisper cuts through it. And through that opening I see a light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringe of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle mind control, who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is. Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Ishmael, I've never used his ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What, an ego? And not quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice mode with these egos, whatever it is. Seems to me our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded. Hey, look at this. Oh, that's so cool.
팔지 마세요. 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Cracks on the lighthouse are glowing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it would be this strong. The door's open. What are we waiting for? I mean, just what was the part where the part where Sunny changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that. Now this is the most fascinating, that an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Ami's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Ami's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind. I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry for peering without asking. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into his principles isn't possible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough, no further information to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not where young mayors and young Amia learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer walls, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo, which is clearly not, this is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust replies on almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to arena mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty, which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Alright, let's see here.
저희에게 유리한 상황입니다.
Oh, this is a
이대로
boat encounter?
승리까지 이끌어가 보도록 하죠.
불가
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 탕류에 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
제법 좋은 일격이야.
Okay. It's
저런
gonna take me
인력
so
있는
long
해결사가
to
도시에 많아져야 할
arm
텐데.
more lunacy, I swear, man. I hope I'll have enough polls to wall Purge's banner. In a couple months. When will Purge's banner? In a few months, right?
저런 사람을 영입해야 하는 건데.
In a couple months, I think.
사무실 직원을 더 늘릴 재정 여행.
뭐란 없으니 더는 못 따라나.
I think I'll have enough time, probably. We also got like that. We're looking at that like rerun of Refraction Railway 1. Was it? I think it was Refraction Railway 1. I think we're getting a rerun of Refraction Railway 1. So I get more rolls from that. So that's gonna be fun.
사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요. 혹시 칭찬을 받았다면 엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
흑수묘 뒷박질 중.
So it's kind of, yeah. I'm hoping I'll have enough pulls, dude. I mean, like, I might. Like, honestly, I might have enough pulls by the time the next wall purchase shows up.
아직 죽지
Maybe.
마라.
토끼를 본다.
Because I should get like another 2 pulls.
이것이
지식이
Even after spending
효율적인
2
대처로
pulls.
대치를 실패했습니다. 참고로 지금은 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
방금 건 제대로 된 공격이 아니었는데 혹시 너희들 중에 매뉴얼을 제대로 안 읽은 사람들이 있는 걸까?
끝내지.
Gosh, if we get sweeper IDs, dude, we get sweeper IDs, dude.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지
Oh,
않겠죠.
should we try? Oh yeah, we should try this out. Hold on, I want to try this out. I don't see a reason not to. What is that? It's a chest. I just noticed it. Okay.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리. 아득한 야정 멈추지 않는 시대에서
Yeah, it looks so
희망과
cool. I
미래를
like this
찾아
one.
스스로 답을 구하시길.
잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는
가치
성과는
없군.
아니지만요.
죽어.
목을 떨궈주마. 정작 이 정도 타임에 허덕이나.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다.
혈압도
앞으로의
바로
전투도 이대로만 계속되겠습니다.
제압 개체에게 맞는
이 거리는
정상적인
충분해.
공격. 너한테 잘했다. 지금 알겠지만 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
잠시 어지러웠으면 봤어요.
불쌍하게 울고짖는
무슨
제압 효과가
대단한
굉장히
일이라도
좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같다.
불끈을 지원했군.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤. 가치 없고 죽어라. 바로
효력사.
계속하면 되겠네.
정작 이 정도 탕류에 허덕이나.
끝내자.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자. 방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Oh man, I just love how ooh. I just love how
적에게
Twitter, I
치명상을
see that
입혔군요.
there's some people that's just
관리자님이
complaining for
당신이
some reason
생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을
about
갖추고
the,
있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는
yeah,
언제나
about
옳은 말만
why what's up
한답니다.
with people. I don't know. It's fine. I like it. It's pretty good. I got to see some of my favorite characters.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만
Okay, let's see.
이 전투가 성공적으로
This. How
끝나면
many more do I have to kill?
모두의
Okay.
희생을
Not
기리며
much. Not much.
축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
불쌍하게 울고짖는 군. 아직 죽지 마라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 지금 알겠지만. 제압 개체를 다수 처리했네. 오, 아무리 그래도
let's
이런 건 칭찬을 할 수밖에 없겠어. 순조로워
Oh, wait, shouldn't
보여서
these two? Oh, okay.
무엇보다
Then I'll just
다행이네.
do this. Just finish
이
it.
시간
넓은
끌 것
중앙
없이.
본부를 통제하려면 이 정도의
모조리
솜씨는
지워내자.
당연한 거긴 하지만.
직원들이
wait.
우세한
they all
환경에
went for
있습니다.
that one guy. Why?
관리자님은
Yo, he was
제
on
말을
his last
집중해서 듣고
legs.
있었다는
Okay.
결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을
He was on his
통틀어
last legs, and they
신뢰라고
all
부른다고
targeted him.
하더군요.
Damn. Okay.
긍정적인 변화네요.
There we go. That's better.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야. 너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트, 너도. 언젠가 우리도 모든 게 끝날 때가 오면 좋겠네. 그때가 되면 휴식을 기다리며 고향의 노래를 부르고
Good to
있겠지.
see when I got a stream. Yeah.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다.
There we go.
의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
Ooh.
내일은
I was like, can't wait for
빡빡이
Ananta.
시작할
Ananta's
수
like
있겠군요.
releasing next. Ananta is releasing like next next year. I'm hoping early next year maybe. And Ananta has like will not have gadget banners. So every character will be like unlocked via playing the game. Same with Duet Night Abyss. Duet Night Abyss will also have no like gacha banners for characters. You'll be able to farm for them, which is cool. I like that. I think that looks cool, but then when I like open up like, but when I open like Twitter, bro, when I open up Twitter, dude, it's just people like bashing on fucking Ananta for no reason. Okay, let's see.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
Okay, let me see here. It's on Ardor files with 30%. Ardor, I have Ardor files, bro. The ID, right? You're talking about. Oh my god, this guy. This viewer is here. Okay, this viewer is here. That's fun. I was wondering when we were gonna find him. Okay. I haven't used Ardor Faust in a while. Maybe because like, maybe because I just like have. Oh shoot! Hold on a second. Let me just this here. There we go. Maybe because I don't really use Ardor Faust on my burn teams. I do have her. She's
시간
like
끌 것 없이
kind of built.
세계 명한
I haven't leveled her up to 55 though, so she is up type 4 though.
길을 저 해충들을 도려내라.
다음에 다른 비치 얘기도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면
개체의 치명적인 손실이 있는데
분명히 후렴을 틔울 수도 없고
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는
I'm gonna be
것보다
back. I'm just gonna grab
대단한
my
능력을
stats,
갖추고
so be
있다고
back in a few minutes.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 놀랐어? 무상은 목숨. 불끈 지원했고
제법 좋은 일격이고 저런 실력 있는 해결사가 도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
저도
꽤 나쁘지 않은 공격이었어.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 좋지 않아?
기본이지.
이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
잠시 어지러워서 못 봤어요. 뭐 또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
Okay, I'm back. Where were we? I got a small bag of chips.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비.
정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
끝내지.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나즈를 질들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지? 있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다.
날개를 펼치고
그치?
발톱을 걸어.
저런 사람을 영입해야 하는 건데. 사무실 직원을 더 늘릴 재정 여유는 없고.
놀랐어?
정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
대학 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어. 캐릭트. 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 칭찬할 필요 없어.
Alright, is this guy the last one? Oh no, there's still a shit ton of them. Okay.
뭐야 이 수치는. 아까 어떤 직원이 제 앞 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야. 잠깐. 진짜? 왜 부서 팀장을 안 달아줬지?
헤어내리.
목을 떨고 주마.
불쌍하다. 끝내지.
훌륭하군요.
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
오, 적합한 판단이었어. 덮어놓고 공격하는 것보단 적을 잘 관찰하는 게 중요하지.
자! 가치 없.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
다음은 어디로?
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
숨통 끊기.
효력사.
계속 가면 되겠네.
끝내지.
정작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 이 팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어. 제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같아.
시간 끌 것 없이
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
아직 죽지 마라.
뭐야 이 수치는. 아까 어떤 직원이 제압 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야. 잠깐. 진짜? 왜 부서팀장을 안 달아줬지?
시간 끌 것 없이
목을 떨궈주마.
모조리 치워버리죠.
Hey James, what's up?
혈압도 바로.
해냈구나. 이 거리면 충분히 너한테 조금 멀겠지만.
네.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네.
크게 의미 있는 성과는
이번 제압은
아니지만요.
끝이야. 너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트, 너도. 언젠가 우리도 모든 게 끝날 때가 오면 좋겠네. 그때가 되면 휴식을 기다리며 고향의 노래를 부르고 있겠지.
또 한 줄 길을 담겼고
Alright. Let's see.
핏물진 길일
How many more
뿐이지만
stages? Just 4 more. Alright.
세월이
Not too bad.
지나면
How much?
홍어는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
I have 693.
홍보가-
Okay, I was up enough to get that one. Cool.
무얼 바꾸었는지를.
Wait, yeah, doing pretty fine. Doing pretty fine.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Let's see. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed her nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageway, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. His song was right. Fortunately, the insanity is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? This game's loud. What are you talking about? What are you on about? I don't think anyone has complained about it being loud. At least when you're fighting. I haven't had anyone complain that it was loud. It's almost complete. We best prepare to leave. What the fuck? That was loud. I guess I'm going to. Okay, that part was fucking loud. What the fuck? Let me see. There you go. And already the doctor, let's... Tremor shakes the building with a loud boom and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor is giving way. What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see odd shattering through this ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it's charging at us once again. Oh. As Isang noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked like one of those knights at the city's western region Don Quixote would talk. Oh, we're fighting. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Are we fighting the knight? Okay. Yeah, we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. I'll stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse in. The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would rather much leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight. And if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck, leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. Yeah, there he is, okay. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Oh goody, we're gonna be fighting the knight. That's fun. Okay. Okay, let's see. One day, what wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through ominous fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes, and the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against the surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You have struck progress and covered a lance that is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a solution here. Ooh, roar to try to talk to the knight. Let's try talking to the knight. Let's see what'll happen. Ooh. We are not the sea, we are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any... Oh wait, I read that.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는 없으니.
Okay, let's see.
흑수묘
시비수의 기명.
찐박질 심
이 안에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Oh. Damn, you won that. Holy shit. Okay.
혈염도 바로. 뭐야?
できて本当に嬉しい
Ooh,
です
okay. Interesting. Okay, so wait, what's that? Priority high. Oh, okay.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버려.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Ooh.
물러나라.
Okay, this thing can freeze us.
목숨은 아직
Visitors
따로
are
쓰고
rolling
있다.
assault upon the night being slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, cold, loneliness rises bellow. In cities under the faint light. Every waves or rocks in his eyes, the sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. In a moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we're now alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves.
아는 것을 모른
nice.
채 할 수는
レンバ
없으니.
スカンパニーの
Alright,
皆
that's
さんとご一緒で
nice.
きて本当に嬉しいです
Ooh, let's do that.
헤어내리.
도끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원할 뿐.
Jeez, okay.
이 거리면 충분해 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만
Frozen, yep. Ow, okay.
レンバスカンパニーの皆さんと
Wow,
ご一緒で
okay.
きて本当に嬉しいです
Oh, what even is this? Okay.
헤어내리.
Ow, okay. Ow, okay.
囚人に致命傷を確認至急対処お願いします
모험하군.
Ow. Okay, that killed someone.
때까진
Fun. Okay.
이 천장에
囚人の
나
皆
Let's
さんの
see
状
here.
態に何か変化が。
헤어내리.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
정의 이름으로.
적을 물어뜯고 너의
皆さん
쓸모를
戦
보여라.
闘の準備を。만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
목을 떨궈주마.
숨통 끊기.
効果的な攻撃でした。
승부처다.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
이럴 수는.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
헤어내리.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 한테さん
Wow, what are you doing?
ただならぬ気配を感じます。
Unclashable, I know what to do. We're just gonna go straight on defense on this thing. Except for her, she's fucked. All right.
흑수며 뒷박질 중.
뭐하건
기다려라.
The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance race skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall and please even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the knight. Her aim will undulate on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Top of the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. What's this do? Ooh. High pitched, powerful cry resonates with Knight's steed. It's sending a warning, which is something. Oh shit.
皆さん
Oh
しっかりしてください。
fuck. Oh, okay. We are so fucked. Okay, so let me see here.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤. 숨통 끊기.
아득한 야정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길. 뭘 위해 지금
적을 물어 너의 쓸모를 보아.
That's not good. It's not gonna do shit. This guy's not gonna do anything. Oh no. Let me see here. We can do.
헤어내리.
목을 떨궈주마.
아득한 야정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
A clashable shit, dude. Oh boy, okay. Now I'm just gonna guard, see what happens.
흑수묘
Or counter.
뒷박질 춤.
Oh my god. Oh boy.
진짜 즐거워.
Man, this freeze is so annoying. Okay.
이 것들을 영상으로 돌려본다면
과연
내가 죽어도 묘난
고된 일이 있다면 다음 나도 찾아가.
Okay.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는
が優
없어.
勢です
너의
状
쓸모를
況を
보아.
今一度把握し直さなければ
일기당천. 몸소 보여주지. 어떻게
適
대관을
した攻撃でなくても
분자
最
불사.
善の選択だったはずです。
해야 할 고통.
これがリンバスカンパニーのやり方なんですね。勉強になりました。
아득한 야정, 멈추지 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길 바로 해주시죠. 네, 그걸로.
저질렀나?
뛰지마. 아직 끝난 게 아니야.
내거 지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한
囚人が退却できませんでした。
Okay. We could
ダン
do.
テさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Gregor can solo. Gregor can totally solo. Yo, okay. That was a 20 combo. Okay, Gregor might fall.
どんなに辛い任務でも皆さんにはダンテさんがいらっしゃるので
Let me try this
や
again.
り遂げられます
See.
곤주림에서 예전부터 한 번에
Jeez,
되는
okay.
일이 없었지.
Yeah,
대관원을
I'm gonna
나선
remove you,
후부터
just change you with someone else.
언제나 줄고 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다.
How
나의
about?
도끼는 차고 넘치니까.
Okay, no, this should be fine. Okay.
이거 참 설레는구려. 아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Oh, there's hands? Oh. Oh, okay. When hit, okay. It's like a cold against the attacker once per skill. Hmm. Oh, I can't. Walk around it, I guess, so.
흑수묘
시비수에게
찐박질
명한다.
수몰이
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보지 마라.
Limbusカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여, 길을 열어라.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはず。もっと効果的な方法が。
숨통 끊기
때로는 검이 문제를 해결해주기도 합니다.
皆さん戦闘の準備を。
베어내리.
슈진이 지멘셔確認 至急対処お願いします
무슨 술수를.
Okay, hold on a sec.
천장이 나.
Oh man. That cold status, man.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다. 나의 도끼는
Maybe I'll use this team, I
차고
guess.
넘치니까. 가볼까요?
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
시선.
준비되었습니다.
명령하실 때
바로 가지.
계약이 또 어그러졌나 보지?
원하시.
복지 다들 연장 챙기죠.
소재가 준비됐어?
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
All right. We're gonna try my tremor team.
이번 업무도 여유 있게 해냈지.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
화력 추진. 차.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです管理人
탈출 개체 확인.
God damn. Okay, staggered.
囚人に致命傷を確認。
Two people staggered. Damn.
これも作戦の一環。リンバスカンパニーの戦い方。
받아볼 텐가.
Oh wait, let me try again.
Mission failed.
Mm.
탓할 것도 없이 제 몫을 못했으니 부득.
준비한 대로만 하면
Bro, the coin flips. Are you kidding?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当
Uh,
に嬉しいです。
시간 회수율이 기준치 이하라니. 나는 시간을 잘
사건 속으로.
이번 업무도 여유 있게 해냈지.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없지.
하려 추진.
기가 튀기. 최대전 집행한다.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
hmm.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
탈출 개체 확인. 여행은 목적이 있었지.
That's the boss. His cold is so annoying, man. And he clashes so high too, it's insane. Fighting the freaking knight, man. Yeah, frozen. Gotta love it.
시간 징수 집행.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Okay, do this. Oh, thank God.
현명한 업무 명령이었다.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
명령에
We can't have any spawns. Of course, man.
전격발.
He staggered. Or not. Oh.
バスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
여행은
Suffering
목적이
H15 dash. Hell no. No. Okay, it's staggered. Good news, we can do some of this stuff.
탈출 개체 확인.
On is frozen. Oh god. They're okay, yeah. 3 people froze.
즐겁군.
Fuck, okay, Good enough.
가속. 화력, 추진.
God damn it, stop attacking us, man. Holy crap, man, he's gonna end up killing people.
이 정도까지만 지어줄게요.
It's fine. Okay. This is fine.
받아볼 텐가.
Who did he stagger? Oh, no, just frozen. Okay, this is fine.
掴む時です。
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Okay, now we're back to this part. Screw you and your second phase bullshit. We gotta freaking block the hell out of this because I can't clash with it, man.
받아볼 텐가.
Everyone's gonna try and block. Yep, the guy in the ice died, bro. Everyone is staggered, dude. Oh, he died. No. God damn it. I needed him alive, but he died. Shit.
명령하신 임무를
Damn it.
완료했습니다.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, Oh, thank God. Okay.
계약대로지.
There better not be a third phase, bro.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
직접 타도하죠.
경외감 속에 숨어.
Damn, 232 damage. Shit. Yoshi's my best heavy hitter right now, I think.
외우 피해
適した
적법
攻撃
항무력
でなくて
행사다.
も最善の選択だったはずです。
이런 것도 되죠.
Up. Double done for.
시선에 눈이 멀지 않다.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行き
We
ましょう。
almost got this.
조심하랬지.
Damn it. Oh no, who got stag? Oh, okay. Well, I guess it was on level, so I guess, yeah, I was gonna lose probably, but I had to try.
집행한다. 시간이
Is everyone just gonna be frozen? Oh my god, everyone's just gonna be frozen. No,
나무와
dude.
함께
Everyone's just gonna be
베어
frozen.
넘겨드리죠.
Everyone's frozen.
戦い優勢
I
だ
can't do anything because everyone's fucking frozen.
따르겠습니다.
サムトって
알았을 것이다.
囚人に致命傷
God damn. Okay, there we
お
go.
願いします
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, the freezing, dude. The freezing shit is so annoying. I'm out of rounds. The lamb's almost out too. We're holding him back for now. It won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? They're just revealing from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Well, giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn, as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision again. Wait, this is just like... And when the dark light shines again, I reach out towards it and see... Oh, this is gonna be Milnar. Unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely on powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimiras. This place was filled with the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Ammi's thoughts is far from all that glory in a very mundane looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of the scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. As Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind, can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin the energy from this sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. He's someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is, yes, there's just one. I trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the nice chart, split the waves. Used to like to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager, but let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 깃발이지 않은.
Damn, it looks so cool. I wish I have this ego, dude. The incandescent golden blade of light surges forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts through across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Mares had completed the repairs. Oh, the light returns to its house once more. Silence All's Mares is saying something. The goddess says Mares was peeking out the window and shouting something at us. Rosa Massas is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It's moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit distance away from the village coast. Confirmed, our radio doctor calls it immediately. That's well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close to it, it's dangerous. Before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, Almighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed? Rocinante. Wait, she can communicate with them. Oh, 'tis quite a coincidence then my noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade, they are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed, it hath saved me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar Malah. It was not the waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight just lost interest, but both departed the lighthouse looking out to the far distance. So there really exist seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded to a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight and the bizarre conversation, Amia raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What Doctor calls is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They've already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Kaltsit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay, go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball.
경외라 혹은 괄목하라.
Finally. Okay, wait. How much do I
평범과
have?
비범은 이렇게나
Oh, I
큰
can immediately
차이를
get this
보이지.
thing. Sweet.
한낱 날개 따위에 안주할 내가 아니다. 한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게
There we go. Look at that.
반드시 밀려올 테니.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 egos. I wish I got all 4 of them, dude. 3 out of 4 egos. Oh well. Oh, we got the cultist and a mysterious one. Okay. Rhodes Island. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna equip this thing. There you go.
입회한다.
We'll use the same team. Why not? This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor at Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Isang Faust or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. Yo! Dude, seeing the doctor from this perspective, bro. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus company. That taking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale of the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands, and of a clock. One star character going. I don't know, something about the way Marisol put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let's move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to the Limbus company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massas and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be the Bishop of the Deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. Cal looks a bit too happy in the story. Yeah. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. Yeah, usually Cal has like a blank expression, right? It's usually always a blank expression, right? As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from somewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be in the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea-terrors. Obviously, the seaborne and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Ami and I will accompany Ami and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Kaltzid and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. The force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here, the hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Well, let's see, but on closer look, looks like Commanding Officer Aldis is finally in her environment. Any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really, I saw you commanding the Cinders earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed, that particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is, at least, that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know, I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Aldous returned wearing a grim look. Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really that good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable, good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. But of you, Miss Mares, if it is too much to face that what a waste, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey Gramps, is there something you would like us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mares behind with her unfinished sentence. We followed the Rose Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with kind smiles. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness, wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we did not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Hey, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The Doctor seemed finished their preparation as well, and they and Amiya stood opposite Obvious. And come and get ready, everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. All right. All right.
임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고. 그리고 일단 시작하면 끝나기 전까지 갈기는 거지.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
피가 튀.
제법 좋은 일격이고. 저런 실력 있는 해결사가 도시에 많아져야 할 텐데 말이야.
저도 더 노력해야겠네요.
이런 것도 되죠.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데. 해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
직원들이 불리한 조건에 놓여 있군요. 하지만 제일 우수한 AI가 저라는 사실은 여전히 변함이 없네요.
정당한 공무집행이다.
Damn, okay.
기차 공정은 필요 없겠죠.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
받아볼 텐가.
화력, 추진! 각자의 위치가 있으니
네, 잘 들어갔네요. 크게 의미 있는 성과는 아니지만
벌써 버벅이나?
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이러면 승리도 시간
전격발.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
Yo!
직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
Can we not fucking win against that? What the hell is going on with that? Oh, that's not good.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게
that's
많은
not
피해를
good.
입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 거지. 끝을 내도 될 것 같아.
Thank God. Okay, so for some reason, I don't know why, but we can't freaking win against this dude. There you go.
해보겠네.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Oh no, Dawn! Awesome. Dawn. Did Dawn get hit? I can't freaking tell. I think Dawn. No, Dawn
올바른
did.
방법으로
I
개체에게
don't know.
일격을 가해주는
I think she got hit.
바로 정보의 힘입니다.
생체 반응이
No,
끊어지는
Dawn didn't
개체의
seem to get
기록이
hit that much.
감지됩니다.
Okay.
만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요.
Okay.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Oh.
편하게 가자고요.
사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요. 혹시 칭찬을 받았다면 엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
죄송해요. 잠시 어지러워서 못 봤어요.
각자의 위치가
뭐,
있으니
또 대단한 일이라도 하신 거겠죠?
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
정당한 공무집행이다. 경외감 속에 숨어라.
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이었군요. 효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서 관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요. 물론 진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
시선을 영입하지 않도록.
Oh, wait, that's that guy's stuff. Okay. Kill him. Kill it. There we go.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Oh, there's a second wave. Okay.
직전의
Oh,
공격처럼
okay.
개체에게
There was
치명적인 일격을
more.
가해봅시다.
Let's go. That was done.
받아볼 텐가. 전탄격발.
효력사. 좋아.
계속하면 되겠네.
이런 것도 되죠.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
완전히 멈췄나. 창업 시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
각자의 위치가 있으니
총알값 아까워요.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서... 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다.
나선 속을
그치?
벗어날 순 없다.
편하게 가자고요.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서... 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
정당한 공무집행이다.
A에 거슬지 말고.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
화력, 추진,
사실은 그렇게 대단한 일도 아니에요. 혹시 칭찬을 바랐다면 엔젤라님이나 말쿠트를 부르는 편이 나았을 거예요. 제가 아니라요.
명령에 따르겠습니다. A에 거스르지 말고.
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
정당한 공무집행이다.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어져 있습니다.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
탈출 개체가 점령되었습니다.
이제야 회사가 정상으로
There we
돌아갔네.
go. Okay.
이번
What's
제압은
next?
끝이야.
너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트, 너도.
언제
Oh, they're very persistent. Fabius flees again, using Sea Terrace and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. Sea Terrace and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. Understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. Voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mares? Mares, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago, she approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful, as she looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame, I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here even after I had left. It will be realized Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it's time, devour me. But Fabius blurted out, threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mare's true allegiance. Fabius wasn't the cult leader, it was Mare's all along, wasn't it? Eat people. Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, therefore sharing their experience and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. Time is here, devour me, set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left on me on the ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there and then become a seaborn, so now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fan the bloodkin of the sea. Eris waves his hand and sea terrors climb up to the vessel of the ship and began tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. He turned away from the scene and could not only be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mares. Calls it, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mares? It wasn't Fabius. Mares was the Bishop of the Deep. Alright, so we're gonna beat the shit out of Mares now. Let's do this. Let's go. The betrayal. Okay, let's see here. We're almost done. Wow, we got this and then we got like... Alrighty.
잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if we were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake and it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. Sorry. I thought this would be a better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than a deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. That's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Maris, and now you're gonna... Oh, wait, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was. Ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was all for his sake, given all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept being becoming seaborn, but I'm not about to demand that you let your souls be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. I understand what your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us should we refuse. That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells into your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? I was taken back by the fact that Maris was a Bishop of the Deep. It was also true that Maris had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Maris was being extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken back too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Alice repairing the ship. He got greedy? I always believed that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite seaborn evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you. This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborn with me to the city. Oh, no. Oh, no. That doesn't seem good. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then. And the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Dude, not gonna lie, the Seaborn and mares would be ripped to shreds in the city. I think that they would be pretty much ripped to shreds the moment they start to invade the city. Like, there are so many dangerous people in the city. Dangerous people, dangerous monsters in the city. I don't think that they're gonna invade the city, dude. And then the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Massage has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? Vessel Massage will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined that if that is indeed a dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. Whoops. I skipped over. What did she say? The warm shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far has done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? In Hangguan, we've all seen what happens when sapient sentient non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus company responsible once the dust settles. It is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? For a nightmare, however, inserting their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become Star City level. Oh right, I forgot the Seaborn can adapt to whatever environment they're in, right? But still though, the fucking city is like, it's like far more different than Terra, right? There's a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperious Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not, the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. Makalsa shook her head resolutely. No, your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither originating ours nor any of its derived technology, and that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes, those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to their traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. You can't just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these. Do take into account that it might take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, you must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they will, like... Oh, man. Dude, actually, see, if Seaborns adapt to the city, that is honestly kind of fucking frightening. Before they expel from the city, how do you plan on helping the people of the city mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about, become Seaborns? Jane, all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Maris, you know that's no different from what the Church of Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light? The beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incident? How do you... Could it be... Becoming Seaborn is to become part of the great will called We Many. By doing so, we can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego and the sense of self. That's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their senses of themselves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. Oh, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our worlds is too faint to push them toward that evolution. Only the light of the city could become more tangible. It might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own to remain uniquely themselves. And why is it that you advocate towards those of the city join the Seaborn when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are, and how would you when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive the day, and by doing so, has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other, something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural because Seaborns are not human, but you just have to cross that threshold once. As mares, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, have you been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected, but what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same, but still, we're still getting better little by little. I'm not trying to ride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who's sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of the incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with that light, with the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when Aegir returns to the sea, they're still going to bully and hate everyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegirs. Whoops, I skipped over. Even when Euripides is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right, there probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future, built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life forms that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shape form shimmers and materializes before mares. I couldn't possibly tell what it was, but it was round and looked like a tool. It's possible that she had already met the conditions to efflorescence. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. Isn't anything like the R's? What is happening in front of mares? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influence coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in other worlds, I mean mares, also manifest ego? Oh my god, dude. Dude, if she manifests an ego, dude, internal conflict and anguish is commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to Florence and ego implies the potential to oh, she's gonna distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mare's drawing your own picture of an idealized world, and you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well. You were very afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, then you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can't just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and her ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena, accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy, the kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. It's no, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existence. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. You can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to positions. Operators unable to approach. Street surrounded by strange field doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than a monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination after all, so please let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, you don't believe in any recourse, do you, other than this anyway? Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't wait any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes, follow your desires, and paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Holy shit! Wait a second. No. I thought that she looked familiar as the freaking that one boss we fought in Arknights. No, that was completely different. Mayors, the yearning flotsam. Understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia, whatever may have lit the fire under your feet. I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mare slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will in the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayors. From the past the light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. Portal, where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms, a gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department specialty begins, while what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rose Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Kaltsit. We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rose Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the fathoms will we find. Or sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. He'll be staying behind then. I mean, we'll go with you, Doctor. Following mayors who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Alright. Let's see here. There it is. Okay. Oh, look. Oh, daily check-in. Right. Here we are. What should I bring? Should I bring? Yeah, I'll bring my tremor team. Why not? Oh wait, did I not equip the thing? Oh no, I did. There it is, right there. Like, I was like wondering if I equipped it or not. Wait, what? There you go. Okay, so let me see here. Suppress the dungeon boss, you got it. Let me just go here real quick. We have 633. We'll go claim all this stuff. Okay, now I'm like so tempted to pull more on the banner. How much do I have? I have 1,150, but I want to see my tickets though.
명 받았습니다.
News of the war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starboard growth. Are you going to the surface, mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. Not if Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why, think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them, but fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Aegean research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface. Was the bottomless hostility against Aegir. Oh. They denied my and Aegir's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the seas. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. You don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confused my catalyst and they confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. Oh no. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on the side, Rebellion de las Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest Aegir one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all look completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Maris is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Maris, I concede that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter, because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor: all of you are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that is a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless the people of the city, give you permission as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box and say compassion for all you want, but Maris, your course isn't exactly the direction I like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Maris mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? You speak. We will hold the line and defend the place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Maris and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down, we just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well as for Amia. Please assist Limbus Company just in case. Okay then, let the mission begin. Ooh, wow, look at this. Oh dude, it has the fucking boss symbol. Yo, that's sick. Okay, I like this. Oh, look at that. Okay, this is pretty sick. Okay. All right, let's see here.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
정당한 공무집행이다.
화력, 추진! 피차 동정은 필요 없다.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
이런 것도 되죠.
効果的な攻撃でした。
이것밖에 못하나.
敵は深手を負っています。
직접 타도하죠.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했는데 벌써 도버기나?
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
명령에 따르겠습니다.
전탄격발. 전탄격발.
완전히 멈춰.
피자 공정은 필요 없겠죠.
진수할 내역이 남았으니 숙제는 맞게. 시사요? 경멸스러워.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
명령에 따르겠습니다.
쥐가 튀고
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
피자 공정은 필요 없겠죠.
총알값 아까워 있는 한데.
Mission accomplished.
Let's go here. Commotion in the village square. Villagers are surrounding someone with a clear intent to threaten. Evil sorcerer is gone, so why won't this calamity end? Explain. Be honest, you just couldn't stand to watch Iberia thrive, could you? But for that calamity, we would have. Look, please, I'm just here to share some research notes. What? How to fight those sea monsters? Though. Now you're looking to help us. Newsflash, it's too damn late. These scraps of paper won't do anything to help us. Locals firmly believe that the calamity was brought here by Aegeers. Yeah, put a stop to it. Okay, let's just go. Yep. Thank you. Yep. They might not, but there has to be someone who needs your help. Okay, who will speak? The only one. Okay. Hey, maybe so. Maybe just a matter of okay. Detour notes. Ooh. Nice.
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Oh wait, this is a folk? Okay.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 제이의 거슬을 편하게 가자고요.
大きな打撃を与えました。
전탄격발.
効果的な攻撃でした。
대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
敵は深手を負っています。
탈출 개체 확인. 대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
각자의 위치가 있으니 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
이런 것도 되죠.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。ダンテさんの側転とても効果的でした。
가속. 완전히 멈췄나. 체납한 시간은 전부
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
명령에 따르겠습니다.
최대전. 벌써 버벅이나? 집행한다. 완전히 멈췄나. 체납한 시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
이것밖에 못하는
레이에 거스르지 말고.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행.
敵は深手を負っています。
해보겠네. 벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
에리ートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
직접 타도하죠. 레이에 거스르지 편하게 가자고요.
경외감 속에 숨어게. 경.
多数討伐確認。
화력 추진. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
시선에
このままい
눈이
けば
멀지 않도록.
敵を食い止められます。
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다. 벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나.
Mission accomplished.
All right, let's see here.
징수 시간이다.
Limbus
Alright.
カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒
Let's
して
see.
本当に
Okay.
嬉しいです。
I need to kill 20 of them this time. All right.
직접 타도하죠.
전격발.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
그 시선 경멸스러워.
화력 추진.
각자의 위치. 피차 동정은 필요
効
없겠죠.
果的な攻撃でした。ドクターのように優れた式ですね。 囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
해보겠네. 최대선 집행한다. 이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원 무엇인가?
多数討伐確認。 このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
직접 타도하죠.
기가 튀고. 아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 집지를 마시게.
각자의 위치가 있으니
벌써 버벅이나? 제압 완료.
편하게 가자고요.
敵は深手を負っています。
정당한 공무 집행이다. 벌써 버벅이나? 완전히 멈춘. 차는 전부 진수했어. 상관없지.
敵は深手を負っています。
정당한 공무집행이다. 아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게. 뿌려서 추악한 모든 시선을 이끌리지.
다소 즐겁군.
敵は深手を負っています。
정당한 공무집행이다.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수.
아득한 야정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
최대전 벌써 버벅이나? 집행한다.
다소
Oh, that's not good.
즐겁군.
敵は深手を負っています。
Holy, okay.
해보겠네.
각자의 위치가 있으니
벌써 버벅이나? 아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 이런 대상 사망 징수 진행.
敵は深手を負っています。
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
이런 대상 사망, 징수 진행 불가.
화력 추진. 차! 마치 목숨.
There, okay. Nothing happened. Aw. Here we are.
징수 시간이다.
Wave 1. Mayor's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. The same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too, but the tides that Miss Mayors is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, the civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go, not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Reach out, ooh. Centers gain emotional connection for the duration of this scan code. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, we're gonna be... This is unclashable, isn't it? Let me see if it is. Yep.
탈출 개체 확인.
시간 징수 집행.
Just one hit,
생활과
alright.
가까워요.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Oh wow. This is such an awkward... Oh wow, okay. Okay, just do this one, okay. It'll be fine if we just like leave that guy there alone. We don't need him to wake up.
받아볼 텐가.
아, 敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
각자의 위치가 있으니
이것밖에 못한다.
기가 튀고.
Nope. Yep, that guy woke up. Cool. Nice. Alright.
안전하게 가자고요.
敵は深手を負っています。
최대전 집행한다.
이것밖에 못하나.
발이 추진. 자.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
전력으로 승격하. 전탄격발.
각자의 위치가 있으니
이런 것도 되지.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Oh my. What are you doing? Okay, so it's indiscriminate, but okay, I can still clash with it, thank God.
받아볼 텐가.
전원 보급해드리겠습니다.
대체가 약화되는 것 같습니다. 뿌려주어라. 수확하는 모든 시선이 이끌리지.
討伐確認。敵は深手を負っています。
Oh, give me a minute. I'm gonna be right back. One sec.
ティスさん、この感情と記憶は一体。
I'm back. Sorry. I just had to take care of some. What's up with this? Okay, we're just gonna do this.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 각자의 위치가 있으니 승리를 위해서라면
効果的な攻撃でした 이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은 무엇인가? 덕타의 요원이 優れた式で 벗어날 수 있다고 생각했는데 제압 완료.
Oh, it's a new one. Is it changing forms? You could find me. He was on tour on a guy on it. Oh yeah. Oh, is it the same one? It's the same guy, right? I wasn't going crazy when this person looks so when this enemy looks so familiar. Is it the same guy? Is it the same fucking enemy from that one event? You've aged a lot since the last time you met Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your sub-race? You haven't aged a day. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparations for the impending doom. Should be, yeah. Nothing else can assure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns. To search for a way to prolong our existence. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existence. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, empathy, or sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. We both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayors. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in that process alone in the lives of, in the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? A kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate each other. Listen, efficient order. natural altruism, they're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faro Muerto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its evolution progress, and Fabius seems to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against incoming calamity, we need their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that had turned exhaustion to ill intent needed Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism towards their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. It was if we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilated into the stagnated great will. For the sake of survival, civilization had to be more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of the paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem. Iberia, the land humanity faced, and through the cracks, the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid what? Stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope, and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easiest part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yesterday, when the faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voices? What? The answer sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize played over and over my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city. The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgone, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that, but I'd like to hear more about the light. And oh, this is how she found out. This is how she knows about the city and the light that occurred that day. The voice was talking to her when the dimensional gate opened. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues, and the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Hera, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas. I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. It's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayors wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combinations of Seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners became my answer, and I take on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well myself either. The memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners and our adventures. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead and the one that you've walked, then you confront them both. It can't be right, the light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our nature's kind by transforming us into seaborns, a convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind of nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Apparently not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path, yet I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought. Oh, give me a sec, hold on. Sorry, I thought I heard something. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means, that's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those... hold on a minute, hold on, one sec. Back, sorry. I keep hearing something outside my door. Anyway, where were we? If you were to introduce a sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. He's a seaborn shaped distortion who is not a seaborn and endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Maris wishes to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius, it seems clear to me that was precisely his wish, but it doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayors. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again in search of that new answer. You won't be alone on that path, walking together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayors, it's such a prideful thing to do. Oh boy, okay. Let me see what we got here. Do I have to hit that thing? Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 things here. Oh my god, hold on. Yo, what? Give me a minute here. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Okay. Oh, this is bad. Okay, wow, this thing freaking hits hard. Huh. Okay, we'll only need to do...
받아볼 텐가. 전력으로 승리해봐. 전탄격발!
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
승리를 위해서라면.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 부지런히도 기꺼이 저 풍진 세상으로.
They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. What is that? Fuck. Tides carry away the windows to Mayor's Pass, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's and the Dungeon of the Fathoms, no, the ocean itself is fusing into one. Majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing the distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If a distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we are taking some time to catch our breath, a few small machines tumble to the ground, a shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of the mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into our memories. Okay, let's just go. Yeah, let's take it.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
Temporary power boost. Oh shoot, hold on though. Should be... No.
직접 타도하죠.
정치 벗어날 수 없다.
It still hurts, bro.
즐겁고
Yo.
화력, 추진, 자, 막지 목숨. 가속.
3 of them staggered. Yo. Okay, we might be able to prevent big damage from this. Hold on.
직접 타도하죠.
Or not. Okay. Yeah, no, we failed that. Oh my fucking god. You're kidding, dude.
날 경.
Bro! What? How did we lose that? You're kidding me, bro. That is insane that we lost that. What the fuck? That is so insane. What? Oh, dude, that's insane that we even lost that. Okay, do this. Struggling, god damn it.
날카롭고 정확하게. 그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
Oh man.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
이봐, 버틸 자신 있어?
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
조심하랬지?
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Someone died. Fuck, dude.
시간이 날카롭고 정확하게. 무상한 목숨. 불끈히 지원해.
Okay, who staggered? Okay, it's just okay. That's fine.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면 노래는 범하지 않았을 것이라 생각.
최대전 집행한다.
나의 고통.
지키겠다 맹세했는데. 시간 징수 집행.
Okay. Please, for the love of God, do not fuck this up, dude. I swear to God, if you lose this, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off. I swear to God. Because holy crap, man.
정당한 공무 집행이다.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
그쪽도 죄인인가?
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시죠?
조심하랬지?
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
Oh my, dude, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. What? Like, all my stuff is just hopeless. I can't get... I need to hit this. Yeah, I got nothing for this. Holy.
죄인인가?
God, do I have to do this all over again? Jesus, dude. Oh.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시죠?
Everyone's staggered, bro. Yeah, I'm literally stumped here. I can't even freaking clash with them. Oh, I have to redo. God damn it, man. Oh, dude. If Aldous hadn't had fucked up that clash, bro. God damn it.
오늘 부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
I'm not sure how Aldous managed to lose that, dude. It was like dominating too, which pissed me off. What's this do? Emotional connection. What's emotional connection do anyway? This thing. Oh, where is it?
누가 누구에게 말을 거는
What does
거지?
it do?
말값 아까우려고 하는군.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
명령에 따르겠습니다.
단테 さんの作戦とても効果的でした。敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
완전히 멈췄네. 체납한 시간은 전부 실수했으니
A에 거스르지 말고.
이것밖에 못하나.
화력 추진. 차!
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh no, wait, I need to check something here real quick. Right. Where were we?
정당한 공무 집행이다. 최대 전 집행한다. 경멸스럽고
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
탈출 개체 확인.
아직 진짜 대역이 남았으니 그때는 마시게.
누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
敵は深手を負っています。
탈출 개체 확인.
가속.
자, 다들 아가리 벌려.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수진의敵は深手を負っています。
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
전력으로 승리해봐. 전탄격발!
경외감 속에 숨어.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
최대전. 집행한다.
もっと効果的な方法が。
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가
모든 무승정 시선해봐야 무지하다고. 저 흥진 세상.
시선은 눈이 멀지 않도록.
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh, who got staggered? Man, did it really do that much damage? Oh wait, who got staggered? It was... I can't tell who it was. Oh, it was Altis that got staggered? Damn.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 화력 추진. 자. 네.
Dude, that hits so hard. Holy crap. Oh, someone died. Damn it. Okay. Oh, wait, okay, what we can do. It's so hard to clash with this. Holy. Okay.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 부질없다 해도 기꺼이 저 풍진 세상으로.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은 무엇인가?
승리를 위해서라면
받아볼 텐가.
Damn it.
모든 결과들은 하우스가
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
Ow. Okay. Oh. Damn, okay, so it was... Oh, huh?
명령에 따르겠습니다. 가스.
Come on, she lost that? Okay.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Swear to God, Alice, if you lose this again, swear to God, Alice. Oh, favorite. Well, also, you give. Let's do you. Oh.
정당한 공무 집행이다.
나는 이 왕좌의 무기라 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
자, 다들 아가리 벌려.
이 정도까지만 옥지어줄게요.
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Limbusカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
직접 타도하죠.
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사다.
자, 다들 아가리 벌려.
결국 정말 하지마.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
죄인인가?
지겹고 이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠네. 시간 징수 집행.
Died. Somebody died.
감싸다.
囚人が
Oh,
解決できま
okay.
せんでした。
날 격렬한
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Oh man, I'm so lost right now. Holy crap, dude. This This boss has such high clash power. Jeez. I literally can't clash with it. Hold on. I gotta give up. I literally can't clash with it whatsoever. I'm gonna try something different. 7 p.m. Dude. I literally cannot clash with it. Hold on. I'm gonna change up my team. We're gonna switch up you. Oh wait, what kind of tremor do you put on? Tremor decay. What does this do again? Maybe I'll put you on. Put you. What kind of tremor do you put? Okay, yeah, you use just normal. Okay, just normal. Or this one, okay. Keep you. Hold on. So yeah, wait, what about you? Are you the one with the blue tremor? Or actually, how does blue tremor get made? Tremors. Oh, okay. On target. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're gonna take. Yeah, we're gonna need you. Oh, you. So it's you that has it. Okay, so we're definitely gonna have to take long. Wait. No, we'll take you. We can leave you. Oh wait, no, we do need you. Leave you. This. Or actually, we could just do this. I think it's fine.
명 받았습니다.
Okay, let's go. God, I didn't think that this boss would take this long. Okay.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
나선 속을 벗어날 수 없다.
징수 집행.
총알값 아까우려면
I'm sorry, but
敵が来ます。
oh boy. Okay, this is getting interesting.
받아볼 텐가.
지키기 위해서. 그 시선, 경멸성.
지금이라도 말 들어.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
전력으로 상대해봐. 정탄격발!
지키기 위해서.
피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠?
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
피가 튀고.
効果的な攻撃でした。
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
편하게 가자고요.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
이
직접 타도하죠.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
이런 것도 되죠.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
모든 무슨
Give
정치선을
me
봐야
1 minute. Be right back.
부질없다 해도 저 풍진 세상으로 하려 추진 차!
지키기 위해서
지금이라도 말 들어.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Okay, I'm back. Let's see, where were we? Okay.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
레이에 거스르지 말고
이것밖에 못하나.
하려 추진 차! 바친 목숨
경외감 속에 숨어 진익형 지키기 위해서
지금이라도 말 들어.
시선은 눈이 멀지 않도록
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay,
받아볼 텐가. 전력으로 상대해봐.
カンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。 シンクレアさんが抱える悲しみはきっとシンクレアさんを前へと進ませる力になると信じています。
Okay. Give me a sec. I have candy. I need this to help me pull through this shit, dude. It's whatever, let's go.
날카롭고 정확하게. 이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원 무엇인가?
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
모든 무상무정 시선해봐야 부질없다 해도 기꺼이 저 풍진 세상으로.
My phone is so hot right now, Jesus.
이 불 또한 예술의 방울경이지.
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
명령에 따르겠습니다.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다. 받아볼 텐가.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. 시간 징수 집행.
조심하랬지?
날 경멸하나.
받아볼 텐가. 다소 즐겁군.
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사다.
Okay, it's fine. I think we can make it this time. Alright. What pisses me off right now is that I don't have any heavy hitting skills. Oh boy, hopefully this might be good enough.
조심하랬지?
Oh, does she have this shield again, right? Does it have shield again? Oh, yes, it does. Shoot. Okay, got an idea. No. We're gonna do this one. Okay, that's good enough. Now block. Please don't screw this up, Dawn. Oh, for the love of God, please do not screw this up.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Okay, thank God. Okay.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원 무엇인가?
Damn. Who the fuck did it kill?
저는 이렇게 침묵해.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Oh no, did it kill it? Almost. Wow.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간이 태어가는 그 답이 있을까요?
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
아직 목숨.
시간 징수 집행.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
날카롭고 정확하게 최대전 집행한다. 지키기 위해서.
웨우피의 적법한 무력 행사다.
味方が優勢です。
Oh, it's staggered?
今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
Still has a shield on them. Okay, hopefully this will kill it.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
환영 추진.
All right. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I think I got it. Oh my god, finally, dude. This took so long to beat. Finally. Dude, Rodion freaking out. Dude, I'm so glad that I had Rodion on the team. Jeez, okay. Dude, I don't think I would have been able to beat it if I didn't have a sinking character on my team. Jesus, okay. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it's often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Maris, admiration. And yes, and Miss Mares admired these two unknowns. Seaborns and the light. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mares, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies and I'll talk more. Find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mares, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows, and we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Massas. Battle complete, vessel Massas is slowing down. That was Miss Mares. Here, unconscious, the mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the dungeon of the Fathoms, but it can't have been too easy on our mind to send so many waves after us. What'll happen to Miss Mares now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interest at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back, as we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low-thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where'd this shade come from? Wait, is that? Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something... Wait. Wait. From Gregor. From Gregor. Something must have clicked in Aldous' head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. The Bills are running to the bridge. Brace grab onto something. Oh, Bollock's mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone brace for impact, stay alert, something's coming. She leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a seaborn about the size of, no, slightly larger than the vessel Massas. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing these currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel Massas to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at the moment, but we have come up with a new one now. But we have to come up with a new one now and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep it. God damn, that's so loud. Hold on. Has it been that loud still? I thought I volumed it down a bit. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around and let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with the ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order? It's coming after me. Scotty, you. Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scotty repositioned herself there. Just what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any... Oh, one sec. I gotta charge my earbud and put in the other one now. Okay, there we go. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scotty's... Well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scotty. Operators Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the dungeon of Fathoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Amia, who battled Mares in the meantime. To engage that seaborn in this particular circumstances, something shakes the vessel Massas once again. What's this now? There's more. There are indeed multiple entities surrounding the ship, however. Violent destructive sound crashes through the waves towards toward Vessel Massas. Past a sudden wall of mist, we're lucky. Or was this simply how it was supposed to go? Charmin La, Sir Knight. 2 Seaborns. It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Hong Lu said, the knight charged straight at the giant, rough wave at this great Seaborn, as though he hardly noticed our presence. We can help the knight repel that Seaborn. We just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel Massas ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan, and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotia leaps tall into the air, using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scattered to their appropriate positions as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Altus both exited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you out here? This cultist seemed to know enough about the seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? We could stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but Amiya pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done. There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian Sea Breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merida, try not to drop into Iberia next time, you got that? Sure, let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. As the Grey Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Enter, now's your chance, get to the dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Oh yeah, there's some of the other operators along with us. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island's defending the vessel Massas, we leaped into the pitch black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. Swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then, where is this Yeong Guan? Look around and see the sinners sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. See, Heathcliff crashed like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? Bizarre sensation about that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come too. Now that you have come too, I request that you continue to rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island. Rhodes? We were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a Lobotomy Corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory and this strange emotional tug at my heart and ego I don't ever recall extracting. Wasn't that really avail me but 5 more minutes of scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you in 5 minutes. Oh boy. But a bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but wait, where's Sade? She said something about how there's going to be a delay or something. I couldn't find Sade, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Yangguan. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests in the letter, both presumably left behind by Sade. We got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolute when it comes to the value of life, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys, time to get to work. The sinners each began waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings. Like they were just pulled out of a long dream. This event was nice. It was actually pretty nice. Honestly, I kind of liked it, dude. Seeing all the characters in Project Moon art style is actually pretty pleasant. It's actually pretty nice to see. I kind of liked it. It was pretty fun. There we go. But yeah, this was pretty fun. I kind of like this one. Ooh, you know what? We'll get this thing first. Actually, wait. Yeah, we'll get this stuff first. I wanna get all this stuff first. There you go. All right, so. You know what? Just one. We're gonna do like one more. And I didn't get anything again. Oh, I did get a gold. Not gonna be anything though. Yeah. I keep getting IDs, dude. No, one more time. One last time. I'll use up all of the tickets, and it's nothing again. Damn it, man. Who knew getting an ego is so freaking hard? Oh. Well, that's an ego, but it's not what I want. That is an ego, but that isn't what I want. God, I haven't gone that one yet? Jeez. I'll just use up all my tickets. I don't care anymore. Bro, okay, so yeah, that's 251 used. And I didn't get Gregor. I'm sad. I'm gonna have to miss out on it. Okay, it's whatever. It's whatever. Anyway, hope you guys enjoy the stream. Tomorrow I'll try out that new Final Fantasy game, the mobile game, the new Final Fantasy mobile game released yesterday. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah, bye.